Hi, everyone. Hi. Hi. All right, we're here, and yeah, I'm doing stuff. I forgot I already unmuted my mic, but hi, everybody. We're doing stuff today. I can't. My brain is trying to function, but I have no function. I found this like Twitter or Blue Sky post where it was like, "Hi, Daedalus," where it was like, show off your first model versus your newest model. So I want to do that because I can do that now. Because I can. How's everyone doing today though? Everybody having a good Tuesday? I realized before doing this I should have done my go live post, but that's fine. Looking at the top. Like an hourglasses. Zoomy Wizard by Jersey BZ underscore Ruby Monsters. Actually, I don't know if our Blue Sky has the I got him where I want him now. It was never my intention to brag. Still I'm off away from you now. God, does it feel so good? I'm just gonna put this in downloads. Hi, Pixels. Hi. Yeah, it'll never change. I feel like it has to be this way and then this one. Nope. Oh, they show off more of the model. I don't care. Oh, my neck. Okay. Today, we have a few things to do. I recorded stuff this morning, so I'm a little already eepers, but it's okay. We're here, and we're gonna do cool stuff. Oh, my hand itches. All of those white dreams come true. Okay, so first, we're gonna post that we went live, because that's important. Live now. Wanna vibe? Got no energy? That's okay. Maincoow is here to keep you company. Whatever makes you pay. Where I am now. Whatever makes you say. I feel like that's a bit higher. Like I'm higher up. I normally am. Am I? I'm not sure. Oh, I am scooted. Rip. That's okay. I'll fix it in a second. Recent. Oops. This one. People think I'm bonkers. I'm just live for free. My life is nothing crazy about me. People think I'm bonky. I'm for free. Open recent more. Okay. Today we're doing this little enshrined buddy. This little guy. Let me take the other guys. And then center him. And I think we're gonna make him all out of vectors so that he's more easily drawn. 10. Okay. Give me this lip. People think I'm bunky. Sometimes live for free. In my life, there's nothing crazy about me. People think I'm feels. Nothing crazy about me. Oh no. Oh no. Flip. Go. Face. And he has a little body. Think I'm bonkers. I just live for free. There's nothing crazy about me. I think I feels. I just am for free. There's nothing crazy about me. Okay. Nice little feet. Which I think. Yeah, I'll just make him. For the cheek pat. And a boob. I think that's how I want to do the leg. I think I want to give it. What's going on? Don't mean to go slow. Okay, cool. Hand is in front. I don't like this bottom part. Oops. My sisters come crying. To flying. I'm responsible. Can I end it with a circle? I can. Oh my god. Over here. And then make the circle smaller. Like that. And we have arm. It's too hard to sleep. Okay, and now we just gotta do. None. This will go on top. 10. That start me to start joining. My head. My sister said, and then like this. I think like a dark red, like that. And then his helmet was there calling and calling me home. Calling, calling, and that's that story. I don't know how it did this, but like somehow this has been updated to where it can kind of just figure out where I like did stuff on the other side, so it reflects a lot easier, which is nice. I didn't know that's a thing it could do, to be honest, but it's super nice. His eyebrows would go in front of everything. This would be his helmet. This one there, God. Hi, Rhino. How you doing, bud? You finished One Piece yet, buddy? Find it when I'm alone. Let's do it up this way. Ah! I need an example of Kib. Ooh, my back is cold. That's not Kib. That's a lady. Okay, there you go. That works. Okay, so the side of his helmet is like a gray color. All those visions of me in LA. Actually, isn't there let me just search it. Never mind, I can just scroll. In Tennessee, on Santa Monica, there it's calling me to make my mama proud. Gonna cause a scene, sends her baby girl. She's gonna scream, God, what have you done? Your pink pony girl, and dancing at the club, oh mama. Actually, this would be red then. Where I belong down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing out in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I know the eyes are on the floor. There's in the bathroom and the light outside the door. A mirror disco ball. Every reason why I left it all. It could be more like this. I had to guess. Where's my baby girl? And I scream, God, what have you done? Your pink pony girl. And you dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun. The stage on my heels is where I belong down at the I'm gonna keep on dancing at the pink moon. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Let's delete these. Honey Club. Put these underneath the helm. And this one. Pink. I loved you all behind. Still love you in Tennessee. You're always on my mind. And then this guy. And draw 1,000 miles away. What have you done? Stayed on it, girl. Ain't see the club, oh mama. Just having fun in the stage in my hands. And we can have the inner body be like a metal color, I think. So that way he looks a little guy. I feel like his face needs to be lower. Give me your face. Or this whole thing needs to be lower, maybe. Not you. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'll just move his eyes down a little bit. We have his face. Girl, won't you stop? Won't you stop to get a honey, honey pie, honey, honey, honey. Girl, don't you stop. A honey, honey pie. Oh, the legs are on top. Oop. My girl, I won't stop until you're my girl. Won't stop until you're my girl. Find out what you want. Okay, so we have this version, and then we can have a different version where his face is a color, maybe? Okay. And one more variant where all the brush strokes are this guy. They're gonna have to be like 20 though. Right curve. Don't stop until you're my girl. Stop until you're my girl. What you want? Stop until you're my girl. I won't stop until you're my girl. Honey, honey pie, honey, honey. Break curve. Break curve. Break curve. Hi, Kiwi. I do indubitably hope that you won your election, my friend. What's kung fu fighting? Lightning. Spam stroke. There we go. It actually ended up being a tie, but I won in the end because everyone loved my character and the old hall monitor lost his title. Hell yeah. We love it when we win. We love it when we win. Fast as lightning. What if this layer is going to stroke? It's kung fu fighting. Lightning. Little bit frightened. Closer. Maybe not. Situation is writing known as. This is a situation in writing known as the Thanatos Gambit, named after the bad guy in the show Gargoyles. Interesting. I did not know this. Let's do 40 for the art. Ooh. Yoko, who is this little fella? This is a little guide for the TTRPG Enshrined that it's a TTRPG that I'm helping create. Yo. Okay, we should do damn you, Twitch. Damn you. Welcome back. Yeah, so Enshrined, this is gonna be a little guy for Enshrined, a TTRPG I'm helping create. If you want to check it out, you know, click that link. Click that link. I'm gonna try it. Yeah. I like it like that. Take this one. Just saying. Just saying. Little guy, and this is with it with colored lines. Does this game have knights? So if so, I'm already in love. This is the Kib the warrior. I believe they're called the Kib Hunters, which is one of the playable characters that will be in the game. Let me see if I can find him. Here he is. Open link. So when Enshrined is currently being turned into a TTRPG, but will eventually be a game, hopefully. And one of the characters that you're able to play is Kib Shrine Hunter, which has this kind of like armored outfit, which it does quite resemble a knight, and it's really cool. So if you want to find out more, definitely check out the Discord. Everything they do is public, so I'm wrecked already with that character design. Yeah, they have some really cool, for the TTRPG, they've made like a monk subclass, which has been looking really cool, and some other stuff, so definitely check it out. And like you can see all of the development live, because they don't hide anything, so you can see the TTRPG and the game as it evolves, which is really cool. You can see all the art that they do. I believe this is the art for one of the classes. I don't know which one specifically, but it's sick ass art, ain't it? Sick ass art. Hold on, I can make it bigger. Sick ass art, bruh. It's really cool. And then we got a dragon lady. I think they're deciding on the colors. Ooh. But yeah, it's really epic, so you want to find something cool, check it out. Alright, now I gotta send this guy over to the client. Message. think I cleaned up the lines. Tried a color pass. Okay, that's that guy. Next, we gotta get ready to edit stuff for today. My back is cold. I have to change all these because I recorded the script for them this morning. For the last time and scream until there's nothing left. I'm playing, I don't want this anymore. Tonight's enough and we're done. Think about it, well, I did. Wanna feel a thing anymore. We God. Okay. Oops, wrong one. I wonder if Cherry has it. Just they have a TikTok. They do. I don't want to anymore. I did. I don't wanna feel a thing anymore. And the things that I want. I'll ghost in the wall. Hail Mary, forgive me, blood flow. Ah! Enter. Someone is EP. I'm always EP. That's why I do things. That's why I can constantly do things all the time. Is just because I'm sleepy all the time. So you can never stop me. I'm running on continual eep. Also, I hope you're having a great day, Soviet, though. Why is it not working? There you go. Just came back from work. I'm showered and comfy, so I'm good. Hope your day's going good as well. Yeah, I had a very productive morning this morning. So I'm just kind of vibing. So it was easy to see the devil himself could be pulled out of me. Drums in the air as he started to dance. It's like kind of cold, but I want to change my hoodie. The highlight. Going to Ellie cartoons. Danced on into the night. 'Cause it falls into place. From the look on her face. Spooked me. 20. Let me copy the name. Hi, baby. Hi. What's Bamboo? Bamboo. Oh, you're showing your butt. I can barely reach you. You having a good day, Moira? You having a good day, baby? She's so cute. She's so cute, chat. One of the cutest around. 20, name this one. 34. Gotta scroll all the way back up to this. This. Nugget. Little guys. Dinosaur, VTuber, envtuber, VTuber clips. Let's do funny. Stego. Oh. Stegosaurus. Whoops. I thought about playing this song on the stream earlier. The song? I like this song. This is a great song. Into the night. Let me take these. Oh, actually, no, it's fine. Let me take these. This one. This one has a wee. Hi. Find trending staring colony roads this week. Dumb. Okay, that's fine. Less than half an hour, oh how she rocks. In kids and tube socks. We want 3 p.m. Oh goodness, my brain is so eepers. Okay. What is it? Still says it's uploading. Hi, Zoe. That's okay. Put you over there because you'll be good for today. I need to highlight this. My boyfriend's a dick, and he brings a gun to school, and he'd simply kick my ass if he knew the truth. He lives on my block, drives and I rock. He doesn't know who I am, and he doesn't give a damn about me. I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. I like the beige one. Outlines. Okay, so Thursday was the 25th. cool. Start sketching. Could use it. Oh my god. Oh, she doesn't know what she's missing. Okay, so Ellie's will be done, which will be 20, which will mean 21 is next. And 20 goes here. And then that. And then Ellie. I think my cat's doing something she's not supposed to. I'm gonna go check. She's playing with one of the wires hanging from our Ninja Creamy because I don't know, she thought it was cool. I don't really know. Okay. I need a clock in Obis. Eating cheese is a pastime. Interesting. Silence and sleep. Somewhere it's a sacred silence and sleep. Scott Victor, our Lord and Savior. I just want Scott. I just need. Hi, Moira. Oh, it's an OBS plugin. It's an OBS plugin. I don't want to download an OBS plugin right now. Okay. Deal with it later. Alrighty. Why is it at 44%? Okay. Maybe I'll make our VODs. Cause we got a VODs to upload. I don't really care about the video anymore. I'm just gonna leave it. Leave it. 18th. 22nd. Good silence and sleep. Somewhere. First in a sacred silence and sleep. Okay, I don't know why it does that, but that's okay. VODs. Boop. 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 comfort, goofy, chill, cozy, digital art, maincoow, coworking, coworking, streamer, vtuber. This is like the most tedious process at this point. Twitch promos, thumbnails, art. April. This 22nd, yeah. Alright. No, these days. Boop. Boop. English. Allow. Publish. Public. Publish. Alrighty. I realize I highlighted editing like I'm gonna do all those today, and that is not true. I'm only gonna be doing this one, this one, Vibe and Shine, and then probably the Twitch clip one. Not a useful, yeah. You wish. This is the 25th. These days. Alrighty. Did I let you down on your way out now? Ooh, I made these spicy, huh? Okay, that's fine. So I'm gonna start with Vibe and Shine because it's fast. Well, I wish I would be highlight. I think I might start with be highlight or untitled project. That works too. Ooh, I need to download something from a thing. So it might not be on here. Yep, it's on Twitter. Twitter. Move some of my folders around so now my brain's confused again, even though it was for the best. How do I download this? Quality 720. How do I download this? Again. That's a lie to me, was it all pretend? In my head, time again, my time again. It's my time again. Video editing, the highlight. Sort by date. Did it download? How do I download? I think it's. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. How to download video from Twitter DMs. Tolerate. Make the day hot day. Just can't call spade a spade. I want. So big. And stop looking at you. I want. Nice to know you. Hi. What's up, Like to play? Like to play? No? Okay. Yes. No. Sorry. It's a little rough. I'm sorry. I can tell you want cuddles, though. You want attentions. Yeah. You want to hang out with me? You want to hang out with me? You go. Yeah, we can hang out. Yeah, we can hang out. It's nice, Moira. It's nice, my baby. It's like a little take a little nap in my arms. You haven't done that in a little while. That make you happy? That make you happy, baby? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. 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 My sleepy cat. Where you go? Isn't that nice and comfy? Where you going? I know you want attention and you're being grumpy because nobody's giving you attention right now. And I'm trying to give you attention by giving you scritches and cuddling, but you not the right cuddles. Not the right cuddles, but they are the right cuddles. They are just the right cuddles in disguise. I think you should just chill. 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 My cute kitty. Oh, why doesn't TTS work? Oh. I'm watching my cat. Great.
Mother, I crave cute cat videos.
Got it, bud. Let me just put them in the bottom corner. Bottom corner. Cute cat videos. You go. Wait. You can. Oh gosh. There you go. Oh, alcoholic. Oh, what the fuck do you? There you go. Alright. I got to put my ponytail down my neck. The nape of my neck is getting too cold. Oh, hit me with precision. The post. Who is Pokepaw? Pokepaw is an adorable VTuber artist. That's a goblin. The cute little cottage called a goblin. I can show them to you in 10 seconds once I post all this. Make it last forever. I'm about to go to work. Look at this little pie. Look at this. Look at them. Look at the art. The art. The art is so cool. I look at the little pug. They do the little pug. Little pug is so cute. And this is their character, the model. It's so cute. I love it. I love it. It's so cute. Look at the face. Oh wait, look at this. Look at this art. They're bumping. Yeah, I love their art though. Their art is super cool. I love it. But yeah, that's who we're doing a video on. Because they were very wonderful and helped us with BLT 2.0. And this one. Eclipse. And then it has force cropping on where is it? V highlight 78,942. 78 924 928. Girl. In this dimension, I mean. Your hair or dancing on your face. Stay 150. Take me with you. Let's do timeline. You stupid, we are from neither. Because I'm not comfortable with crediting them. Fighting, thank you for putting to put critics. You want to be critics. The town. Alrighty. Let's get this up higher. Cottage core. Let's see. LMMM. Yeah. The ordinary. My eye. It itches. No. A. It's a B. B artist. B. This Sky T and Billy Bust Up, which I just copied the name in here. The way of the living. I'm taking me up. Here. That you can. This is so quiet, and that's because I lowered that. Glorp cat. Actually, is glorp cat glorpy glorp. No, it's just to see. They have they often. Oops. Ooh, Elaine cannot write today. Typing is not my forte. Tweener. Twitter. Twitter. Oh my lord. Blue sky. Nice. Not bad. Not bad, DaVinci. For the first set of auto caption, not bad. Not bad at all. Who's a liar? Who's a liar? Doesn't he? What position do they need to be in though? 915. Me's one of me. He made fun of me. He's way the fun of me. I think I want to do it this way. Or can I? This is the beginning of it. Yeah, no, I'd have to do it like this way. Meet some models. Let's do like this one. Then we do crop soon. Obtain. Oh, I love that ending. Do you guys tell me when you're live? I swear to God, I keep DMing you when you're live and I feel like I'm interrupting. No, you're good. Just like I tell all my friends, DM me whenever. It doesn't bother me. I am literally just doing what I'd be doing offline anyway. I don't care. It does not say you're live on Discord. Shrugs? I don't really know, man. I don't really care. You want to DM me? You can DM me, man. I don't mind. This is cute. I love their aesthetic. I'd steal it if I could, but I won't. I won't, because it's perfect for them. My eyes itch. I gotta fix my hair. My hair's being dumb. That cat nomming. That cat's nomming. Oh my god. Just straight up nomming. Okay. I'll be the singing single. Okay. You can make it a little bit less, and then Sky T. They gotta be great. Don't text me, tell them straight to my face. I'm an influencer. Out of my hair. With the wrong lighting. I keep it like that. Shade speed 110. Ooh, that was cute. Billy bust ups next. I'm great till they gotta be great. It's me, tell it straight to my face. It's photos with the bob lighting. It's a sunshine lighting. Bum bum be do be bo bo bay. Change speed to 110. So like that. And this way, and then let's zoom. God, I love their header even on Kofi. To the brother. The brother just like you. The brother. Just like you. Found out Discord is getting a new CEO and is going public. Prepare for things. Oh yeah. No, I think I saw a tweet about that last week where they were like, yeah, the current CEO of Discord is leaving and the old CEO of Blizzard is coming, and I was like, get ready to go back to TeamSpeak, guys. Who's ready to go to TeamSpeak? I've never used TeamSpeak, but they have things like Discord now. But it looks like Discord now. Look at it. It looks like it's got stuff like Discord. And their Twitter is very, 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 they shame Discord a lot. Say about my brother, cause I say so. Change speed to like 75. Imagine all the patrons patrons where the biggest paid benefits is the Discord access scrambling. What's that mean? We'll be editing with it because I need to do this. You're doing a commission. Cool. 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 Where's the glorp cat? My brother. Did I not grab those ones? Oh, and Gordy said he might hit me up for editing, so that's hella cool. Hell yeah. What you working on? I'm working on V highlight for another artist. I usually start with V highlight. I think most days, or most weeks. Did I really not download the one that I was like, yeah, I need that one? Yeah, I didn't. Okay. Gotta go back. Pokepause. Where's your YouTube? I think they should have. Glorp. I thought I did that one. I guess I didn't. Within. Oh, I did the Crawly Mall Wizard. Da 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 da. What video? Function. Alien cat. Take this guy, retain. Let's see how this looks. Oh. Well, that's cute. I like that very ending. And then Crawly Mall Wizard. Da 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 da. Da 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 ya da 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 ya da 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 da. I just realized I messed up the meme, but I don't care. If Poke says something about it, I'll change it, but didn't realize until just now. Excuse me. God damn it, I have to blow my nose now. Need one more. What else we got going? The reindeer. I think we'll do this one. Oh my god, my nose. I can't breathe, Jen. I can't breathe. I can't breathe unless it's through my nose. I refuse to be a mouth breather. I refuse. Oh, this one is, it's scooted a bit too much this way. Scoot, damn you! 90. It's me. Add track. This guy. Mojo. Wait a sec. No home. I'll go. Tesla. This one. So please. Early anxiety. 3. Let's do not crop it soon. Let's do that for all these guys. Oops. Welcome me. Anxiety, take it over me. Keep on trying. Oh, keep outside of me. So as I call, what I meant earlier is that there's a lot of authors and artists that I follow here where the paid mention posts are usually Discord and early peaks. Ah, yeah, that's valid. That is valid. I don't think about that. Oh, that'll fuck some of my tier stuff too. Fuck. I did not think about that. Guys, would you still sub to my Patreon even if we didn't have Discord bonuses? Keep on trying me. Anxiety. Anxiety. Oh, I am excited. Try it, keep it trying. Oh, I keep it trying. Try it, keep it trying. Oh, he's watching me. I'm gonna put Poke in the corner. Give me Poke, I won't put him in the corner. Over me, shake, shake, shake over me. Routine. Ooh. Why is this different? Why are you different? The outside sits up the cables. Pad doesn't have it. Why? Why don't have? No, again. I'm tired. Broke you the reason my eyes are burst. I've died, would that be the worst thing? Yeah, I thought was my savior, sure me. A whole lot of labor. The skin in my hands is cracking. If I loved her, be a bad thing. And that's a bed chamber you make me do. Too much labor all day, every day. It should be 9:24 still. Videos get over to improve their chat channels and have communities migrate to be on just their that's very valid. I didn't think about that. That's very true. They could do that. Head of your hot table, she told her I got the same crew face. What happened? Oh shit. Sleep all day, every day, therapist, mother maid. Mix and massage into appendage, live to attend him so that he never a finger 24/7 baby machine. We can live out speaking in streams. It's not an act of love if you make me do too much labor on. An act of love if you make me do. Oh, that'd be fine. That'd be perfect, actually. Okay, cool. So bursting, if our love died, would that be the worst thing? Depression, surrender. Speaking of streams. Workspace, scripts. Workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions. Text color generate. Now that we be doing this, which I have to check for comments. Super. I'm just putting a random one because I should be doing one comment. Underneath the oh fuck. Oh fuck. They followed me. I've been following them for so long. Ah! Thanks, everybody. So sweet and kind of I'm able to be in a place where I can share your art. I can. Yeah, bro. Fleshy Falls. Me! Me! It's me! Ah! My neck. My neck. Open Geckos shop simulator while all this renders. But text based generate. Oh, my neck. My neck. my back, my pussy, and my crack. Oh, I said that and my neck hurt more. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, you can actually use substrate on text. What? 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 Oh! I didn't know this. All babies are gonna get the red ones. Oh my god, I didn't know this. What does this one look like? It's just the normal one. Oh, I didn't know that. Nothing comes as one. Oh, right, I forgot. The palette. Do we open? We can be open. Come on, come on. One time underneath you, you. Oop. There you go. No. Oh, that. Let's just make sure this doesn't play in the background. Okay, cool. Oh my god, my neck. I like started massaging a spot thinking it would make it better, but it's like making it worse. I feel like I'm tweaking out. Whoa. This guy's fast now. Oh, what the fuck? All my things are full. Let me see this. They're faster now. Yo, that's cool. The blue one, and a yellow one, and a green one. No. I think these guys should actually go in this tank. Baby, do you like this feet? Oh, my neck. Okay. No more dancing. Talented and cottagecore. More could you ask of a V artist? Adorable magnitude. Okay. Artistic talents to creating LCD models for VTubers. Sky T and Billy. And their Kofi are some premium models that you can use today. And you as baby. Your full range of motion and toggles. I'm gonna post on Blue Sky and Twitter. Check out not only their latest. Okay, and then add track. It should be socials. I'm gonna do Blue Sky. Etsy symbol. TTOGO, you can take me. Alright, let's grab that guy. Resources, Etsy, this one. It lied. Oh, my neck. I need a stretch. You a PNG? No, I don't know if I can trust you. Because the internet lies to me. Cool. The left side of my neck isn't so bad. I think I fucked up sleeping on the right side of my neck or something. It hurt. It hurt. For one sec. What I'm saying. Do I sound like a Wookiee when I yawn? I feel like I sound like a Wookiee when I yawn. -19. You should be well. Position. Dog inside of the knife. No sense, and you can sharpen your knife. Oh wait, they're down here now. Search. You said it, Chewbacca. Hey man. Hey man, if that's what I sound like, you know, I can't. I'm not gonna change your perception. I'm not gonna deny the truth. If that's my truth, then that's our truth, you know? Alrighty. Let's get some music up in here. Sacrifice. Instead, double over, make a Wookiee model. Damn! That'd be a lot of work. Elaine the Wookiee. Would you guys still love me if I was a Wookiee? Yeah, authentic on that. Even with all the hair, of course. Of course, of course. Not a single part of me would have nude skin, you know? Just be full fur. Damn, no nude skin. Bye-bye, blue Twitch content. I don't know. Some people might be into that. You never know. Some people could be into that, you know? They could be into the whole hairy thing. I don't want any of these. Wish like a dog inside of the night. You know, fair enough. Just add a bikini on top of the hair. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Ticklish. How you doing? Not so much studying as I'm picking some music for a TikTok video. What about this one? I don't know what this would. I don't know what I use that one for, but I like that one. I'm okay. How are you? I'm good. Dude, I don't know what this one is either, but this is fucking poppin'. fuck? It's like a heavy bass in it. I just wanted something. I just wanted something nice for the video that I'm working on. Is this Rammstein? No, this is Jonathan Young with Colomar McGinnis. This one's nice. But now that you mentioned, now I'm thinking about Rammstein. Now I kind of want to listen to Rammstein. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. But I hope everyone's having a great day, by the way. I'm gonna do it like this. Pause this. Hell yeah. Cool. 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 Edit labels. Doot, doot, doot. Save. And then the next one is art tips. Art tips. Okay, I'm planning on Rammstein after this, by the way. Add to queue. Add to queue. Okay. Yeah, the template doesn't really help much. Okay. Link clips, make them tiny. Make them tiny. I'm gonna close and reopen DaVinci just so that way it doesn't lag, because it might. I believe in this video. It'll upload eventually. See fire inside the mountain. I see fire hiding through sleep. People buy my geckos. Reorganize the sand. Maybe I will have it run in the background. There's a gecko I forgot in the gecko bin. There you go. I'm gonna do one pallet of them so I can restock. Yeah, this song's so quiet. Don't mind me, just a little cat cow in a cat cow world looking at the Rammstein while putting geckos away. Very matching in my opinion. Ooh. Oh my god, 2 chickens. Very lucky to get 3 in one palette. Oop. Orange. Back. All right. Take your brother. Take your brother. Boop. I think they updated the cashier to work a lot faster, which is nice. Alrighty. Timeline, create subtitles from audio, singular, create. So I could do with one big purple ones. Enough money. Oh my god. See that, chat? We're already out of money. How could gambling on a pallet of geckos make us lose money? Rare. You have a brother in here. That's good. I like it when these guys are whole numbers. A wizard! There you go. Oh, I hit 2 more boxes. I thought I opened all the boxes. But I apparently am incorrect. These, like, I call them, like, kiwi colored ones. They're very rare. You don't get those as often as the other colors. I think this one goes here. Thank God they made the cashier go faster, though. Because it's a lot of money to put into a cashier. Here. La prima? Is that what it was? A la prima. A la prima. Okay. Someone is stealing. You try to steal a gecko? What the fuck? Du hast mich. On my eyeball. On my eyeball. Oh. I think I want to move this, actually. Can I move you here? Yes, I can. And then to this here. There you go. Such as I would do an exclamation point here. Da Vinci did another good job today of splitting up the letters. I'm very proud of it. Very proud of it. That's very nice. I didn't have to edit too much of the subtitling on that one. Yippee! I keep clicking shift 1 and I don't know how. Okay. Hold this trash. Lass mich du fragt. Bist du fragt. Okay. Let's get Canva and let's get like a party background. Or like SeaWorld or something? Water park. Photos. Page download. What's wrong? Save. Let's unlink the clips. Dun, 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 dun. I'll listen to something else. Sure. I'll take this one. Looking for her till I found. You're in the winding road, he's staring. Is it stuck? Well, they got it. The stairs. She's the coast of Chicago. Aww. Wizard. Wizard lizard. And besides the power, well, here. Be clear. Honestly, I wanted to. Like so she. Be me. She's the coast of Chicago. Oh, my water bottle. My water bottle's stuck. All these comments. just complaining. You shall receive them, right, chat? Shit. Oh. So much trash. But it's because we're getting a lot of foot traffic, though. Back. Let's do the other ones, the closer ones. Da da da. Da 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 na 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 na. Da da. Da. Na 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 na. I might put the green ones with the little mohawk on sale because we get a lot of those. Might do that with the yellow speckled ones as well. Okay. Reason my heart's racing. Oh, why, but I keep chasing. Oh. There we go. We need more red sand, chat. Red sand. Two of these. Nice. I'll do a white sand as well. And then we get crickets. Oh man, there's a lot of things next. Alright, time to get out of the way. Okay. Splash. Let's do the water splash. Get lower. I think I like that one. Ooh, that one was crystal. I understood what that sound effect was. That was good. So many tabs open. And then record scratch should be something. Techno disco party. Oh, we're back. I think the audio stopped lagging, which that's a good sign. But I started playing a game on my phone. Someone's stealing from my store. Trying to steal some sand. Okay, cool, we're back. Give me this trash. Served its due diligence. How many we got in here? 9. Getting low on the other guys.
Oop, I have to fart.
I waited. I am honored that you would wait that long just to poot on me. I am honored. Thank you, Daedalus. Alright. Now that my computer's finally fucking caught up because it decided to die, I don't think I need any of these right now. Eclipse, we align. You and I. I hope all of my perts are reserved to poot. That's, you know, that's a worthy cause. It's a very fucking worthy cause, in my opinion. I decided to play a phone game while I was waiting for my computer, and I'm gonna be honest, I kind of want to finish the phone game. It's just, I'm just playing like a block game where you put all the blocks in the spaces and then they disappear. Kind of like Sudoku, but just with blocks and no numbers. If you think about it. You go there. Alrighty. Pink. Yes, I'll do you. Bonk. I just need one more flower. Hello, cheerful. How was Phasmophobia? Welcome on in. Howdy, y'all. Cheerful Bacon's running a right fine establishment over here at their bacon cafe. That this here stay-at-home mama serving up a smorgasbord of games, crafts, and decided ghost hunting for good measure. When she's not wrangling them bacon bits, she's either crocheting up a storm or braving them spooky realms of Phasmophobia. Yeehaw! Savor the stream. Maincoow, we finished our spooky avatars and are ready for the main course of creativity. Simply exquisite. Welcome in, Bacon Riot. Welcome. And we just finished dealing with some computer problems. But I think we're good now. But welcome on in. If you have to raid and run and you gotta go take care of your kids, your little bacon bits, feel free. Don't mind me. I'll try to keep your folks entertained as I edit some videos. I need a record scratch. That's what I was doing. I was trying to get a record scratch. I see what's going on here. You're face to face with greatness and it's strange. Open. Keys open. I don't think I need these. Alright. Sound effects. You aren't streaming if you aren't having tech issues. And yep, gotta run into the youngest bacon bits special time with mom. Good luck for the rest of your stream. Thank you. Have fun with your littlest bacon little spits. Oh my god. where some of these audio tracks are. Let's try to do select folder. Oh, wait, it did this? Cancel. Alright, where's my record scratch? Because that's what I was thinking. This one. Alright, and then I'm gonna take this one, rotate, make me big, like big. It's a good song. You want, DJ, it's a good song. I'm off work, yippee! Thank you for the lurk, Zach. Real MVP right there. I don't even get any channel points, they just fucking lurk. MVP, my lurkers. And then let's do this one, and then let's go here. And then we do bottom center. 0.73. Negative 496. And then this guy. I think this is a good example of like it being used in like watercolor. And then no. Okay, so okay, did I have B-roll in this? Emote is no, I did not. Okay. Ooh, I have a crick in my neck. Oh, my chest bones. I don't want to go over here. Do we have one where like it's a gradient? Not like that. Like this. Let's do change to 150. Okay, there I am. Ooh. Shaka, shaka, feel good. Shaka, 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 feel good. Shaka, 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 feel good. Shaka, 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 feel good. Shaka, 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 feel good. Can't play. Yo, I'm alive. Yo, I'm alive. Honey Bun is out of the vet. Woo! Woo, baby, let's go. How's Honey Bun doing? They have lots of treats. Has anyone tried the gamer sub strings? No. But you know what I have tried? You know what I have tried? You know what I have? You know what I have tried? Advanced GG, which yes, you can try today with a 10% discount if you use milkgg, the code below and the link below. I get a part of the commission, and someday, if I get enough people buying it, I could get a gamer subs, or not advanced GG. I could get a waifu cup. And they're cool, and they're transparent about their stuff, and maybe they don't have a co-founder that sucks dick. And maybe they don't like neo-Nazis. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Don't have the money to sub, but have the money for some epic gamer fuel? Well, why not try Advanced GD today and get a discount, a 10% discount off. And use my code milkgg at checkout. Sponsored streamer? No, just affiliated stream. If I was sponsored, they'd be paying me to say that, but they don't pay me to say that, and I don't say it enough. But it's really good. I'm currently trying the lychee flavor for hydration. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Doesn't leave that chalky taste in my mouth. We'll get them waifus. Yeah. I wanna be a waifu cup, guys. Please, it's the only way Pixels will get my merch, is if will get my anime merch, is if I become an anime waifu on a cup. So, let's hop to it. I'm just kidding. I want no one go broke over it. I want no one go broke over it. Let's see. What? Hi, devouring. I would like that then. You should put it in your TikToks. I put it in Vibe and Shine once. Once. I should put it in my my club clips. I've been lurking like 2 hours, currently have minimal social skills. You don't even have to have social skills, homie. You literally, I posted on the socials that you don't even have to say hi. You know, you could just lurk in the background, you know? No one, not even my mods, devouring what you are, need to have the obligation to say hi, you know? Just hang. I don't need to hang. I'm gonna burp. Did I not download the other? Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't download the other video. I work here. I don't like the way you say that. I don't like the way you say that. Something's wrong with my lips. Hold on, I want the other video. And I want this video still. Rest your eyes, Devourer. Yes, rest your eyes. Take a little nap. If I could, I'd take a nap right now. I'm kind of feeling nappy. I want a nap. Na, 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 na. Since the development. Just watercolor. Watercolor sleep stream, dude. Y'all gotta stop hyping me up for these sleep streams. I wanna be real honest. I'm gonna do it. If y'all keep hyping me up for this nap shit, I'm gonna take a nap on stream. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna take a nap on stream. And if not one of you take a nap with me, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna wake up. I'll wake up from the nap, and none of you will be here, and I'll be like, oh, I guess good morning to me. That's how I feel about it. I like you guys. I feel like you guys hype me up, but like, it can happen. Like I am. Like, don't even try me, bro. You can't see it, but I'm putting the fist. I'll do it. I'll lean my chair back. I'll take a nap. Oh shit, that's fucking big. That's what she said. Ayo. I don't like the way this sits. There we go. Settings. Boop. Did I not download the video? I guess I didn't. Oh, yeah, then I was gonna do this. Give it. Oh fuck. Yeah. I'm gonna take this guy, put it here, take this one, put it here. Let's do cross dissolve. Scoot. Scoot. Things such as watercolor, such as master. Okay, there you go. Be again and again. And skin. Did that even make a noise? Ooh. Track up. Yeah. Well, let's watch the rain noises. Here we go. Okay, I gotta go to history. My history. YouTube. YouTube. We need more small blue boxes, right? Because the blue boxes, I don't have everything. Yeah, I'm missing one. I haven't gotten any of the special ones from the program. It's falling. Some nice autumn too when I'm not around. Nothing's with the sun. It's all I really want. To it. Meow, 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 meow. Bells are falling. Boo. Boo hot dog. And then the donut boys are whales. And there's the person guide. Commons. Ooh. Alright, where's the rare one? That's you. Thought I saw a criminal in my store. Near walls. Purple boys. Part of me wants to make a space in the middle, like right here. But like take one of these out. So that way I can run through the middle. But I don't know. It's a thought. History. My skin. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Okay, guess that's what I'm doing with Audacity now. I guess I'm updating Audacity. Change. Tips. This one. This one. The Audacity. I know, right? Like, what the fuck? Don't finish. Even notice I saw them standing right there. I thought the whole thing. Let me in. I'm a gecko. I pretend to be a gecko when my store's open. The train. Routine. Um, That's the example in this video that we liked. Okay, so like right here, and they have a moment where they're like painting on a minifigure. Right. Right there. And then the Warhammer meme. I leveled up, but I didn't get anything. Cool. Ooh, I should actually close the store for a second. I go to the beach. Go to the beach, each, let's go get away. They say what they gonna say. About a drink, clink, found the Bud Light. Bad bitches like me are hard to come by. Let's see, we got that guy. Guy's pretty common. We got that guy. What's this guy? I've gotten this guy before. I think I've gotten all these already. Ooh, I don't know about this one though. Do it again. Ooh, there's more over there. I'll drop this one off first. Go straight to my head. What did they say instead? Nope. I had that one. Fuck. I think I've had this one too. Definitely had that blue one. I think I've had all of these. I think I've had all of these. It just means I have to wait till it's night time. These are the she's so perfect. This trick. And then go back in here. And then we grab, I think, this section. Okay, and then we skip this. Back. and go backwards in the video. Nice. Nice. Me again. Let's do. Okay, I think I'm gonna use more exciting music, so I'm gonna use not that. Chicken coop. Chicken coop. Cool. Now, just to credit the person that this video belongs to. Nobody coming in. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Let's do black. Settings up here. Make it a bit bigger. Cool. Color generate. Whoa, we're almost out of geckos, guys. Oh my god. We just got 2 supers! One is a fairy and one is a hot dog. Where's the hot dog? Hot dog. We're gonna need more. We're gonna need more of those. Need more of those personal containers. Can't believe we just got 2 supers. That's very lucky. Always nice. Because then out of the set 4, we just need 1 more. Yeah, we just need 1 more from both the blue and the purple box set. Before we get into going back to the next box set, or whatchamacallit, going into the next box set, or going back to the previous box set. That's the shiny version, so we can see if we can get the legendaries. Or the ultimate rare ones? I don't know, the sparkly ones? It's nice to see you. The rare boy immediately goes in the tank. Oh my god, so many of these gentlemen. These dapper fellows. Little whirly hat baby. Whirly hat baby. Call me red-handed, you with the girl next door. Your eyes off me. Dabba 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 dooba dooba dooba. Baba 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 baba. Baba 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 baba. I wonder how many people learned from the song and then like cheated on someone and like it wasn't me expecting it to work. So it wasn't me. Call me red-handed. I missed. Didn't miss that time, bitch. Yeah, you try to steal from me again, On the sofa? Wasn't me. In the shower. To the girl next door. So you're both butt naked and on the bathroom floor. As we line up, hope that I get an extra key. Never took a rise off me. Hubba dubba 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 dubba. Hubba dubba 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 dubba. You call me red-handed, you're the girl next door. Oh wait, is there more? Oh. I can't get that eye. Tricky. My eyes are Oh, I bought too many. Okay. That's fine. Alright, we need some of the blue boxes. Thank you for the boopus, Rainer. Hope you're having a lovely day. Chim Kim. Chim Kim. Bloop. Astronaut. Astronaut. No astronaut. Astronaut. No astronaut. No astronaut. No astronaut. Astronaut. Wow, 4 of them. Nope. Oh my god! I could sell this one. This is a special one. Ooh, let's make that a whole number. Cool. Ah. Ooh, another astro. Oh my god, we have so many astronauts. They got blood on your face. Big disgrace. I didn't put you back in your place. 3, and I should have one more astronaut. So far, I could have like 9 more. You know, I probably won't, but it's a possibility. I did get one more. Oops. Sorry, little fella. This guy. Put a trash can over there. Oop. I have an idea. Oop. And then you go into an empty one. And you come with me. Hi, Soup. How are you doing? Can't wait for Dun 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 Season 2 to come out this year, bro. What's all this business then? This is my gecko shop. I own a gecko shop. I was taking a break in video editing and doing a little gecko shop maintenance. So my store was running low on geckos. Doing well. I'm on my vacation this week. Yippee! Do you have any exciting plans? Going traveling or just relaxing? There's another astronaut in here. Oh. Hey. Alright, I think we got them all from there. Measure dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Damn, I have so much foot traffic. Checkout's full. Nope, my work usually has me driving here, there, and everywhere, so I decided to enjoy the wonders of home for once. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Ain't nothing better than a little R&R. Rest and relaxation. I went too far. Hey. Hey. Plan on making pancakes for lunch? Ooh! Any kind of specific pancakes or just general pancakes with maybe some syrup? Syrup. Gotta suck all these babies up. Come here, babies. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. You're in my bed. There's a body in my head. Okay, or a bruise. Ended up on. Oh my god! The other set of stuff is almost gone. Yeah, like the purple box is almost gone. Alright, I'm just gonna pause. Alright. Yes, I'm actually gonna mix a little bit of banana in them. It's risky, but I want to have fun. I love bananas. Banana pancakes are like one of my favorite forms of pancakes. I just like banana flavor. Okay, you know how I said we're gonna go back to working? We still need to render the other text color. So we'll do another shipment and then we'll go back. Nice. See if we can get any rares or legendaries. Come on, baby. We're back. Hello! We're good now. Yippee! Maybe it's Gecko Shop Sim. I'm starting to think that I can't have Gecko Shop Sim open while I'm rendering that. Because that wasn't happening before when I wasn't playing Gecko Shop Sim. So I think it's a thing where, like, we can't have Gecko Shop Sim and Video Edit open at the same time. So, yeah. Yippee! Yippee, we're back. We're back and better than ever. I got distracted by a phone game, so, like, give me, like, 10 seconds. Gotta put the blocks on my screen. All again. Friday night. G-I-F-T-G-I-F-T. I did it. Okay. Cool. I think the little bit that Gecko Shop took just kind of overloaded this bad boy, so just have to not do that. This painting technique is wet and wild. Just kidding. Well, kind of. This paint technique is known as wet on wet or alla prima. It is a traditional technique where a layer of paint is added to a previous layer while it's still wet. This creates a soft blended look between colors, giving a nice gradient. This technique has been around since the development of oil painting, but is also used as a technique in other forms of paint mediums such as watercolor. A modern perspective on this type of painting style can be seen with miniature painting. That's right, even Warhammer junkies know about this trick. You can see here this example where they blend the various colors with one another. Colors while keeping the paint wet. This also allows for more time to adjust the overall look, also keeping a precise hand on how much gradation goes on between each layer. Okay, cool. And then let me just make sure it's already in the right position. Negative 104. Negative 57. Oh, okay. It's time. BBNO $. Save. M's I am. The Gen Z Eminem. Render. I gotta edit these guys today too. I should actually hold on. Let me make one more arm thing. Let me just. I might have to bring it back in. YouTubing assets. It's on my other arm. What's gonna move to my go? What is that? AKA blue. Okay. So if I was over here, Does it look off? Because I'm pen arm. I think that looks right. Create item scene. Phone arm. Actually, let me do something. Make it better. Let's do downloads. I already forgot where I put it. It's in here. Hasta luego. Should have kept the other arm actually until I was done. Flipped it. Mr. Lova. Mr. Lova. Okay. Let me take the hand. Did not want to lock it. I just want this color. Really fantastic. I just want to edit the skin a little bit. Because it's a little bit. I did it a little bit incorrectly. There's a kid crying outside. Maybe the headband. Why is it not? There you go. What is this? This is the phone arm that I used on my birthday when we were playing Jackbox. So I was like, what if I just made it a pen arm because I kind of want to play games on my phone while I'm waiting for my stuff to do its thing. So, yeah. Is that closer? That didn't do anything. I think it's a little bit too much. Yeah, there we go. And then we hide this. PNG selection only. And then let's like this maincoow. It's cool, yeah. It's very modular, which is nice. Really fantastic. Alright, now what we want to do is we want to copy this. Streaming assets, items, this one. And now if we go here, we go to phone arm. Let me delete the other asset, this one. Make it like here, pin, flip image, okay. I've got something to talk to you about later. Also, I might pass the fuck out because I'm spent. Take a nap. Go take a nap. Is that correct? Pen on? Yeah, I guess so. if I go to regular? No, it kind of looks like I'm on my phone. Oh, thank you! Thank you. I needed that. Phone arm. So I want the phone arm. There we go. And now, keeping you off. Right front of trend. It's this guy. On. Phone. Name it phone. Now when it looks down, it's like, oh, I'm looking at my phone. Like it. It was very accurate to me right now. Timeline, create, one, create, okay. Now we wait. And while we wait, I look at my phone. I placed a piece in the wrong spot. It's okay. You must start. What you want? In the mall. Way to go. Beeping you off. Alright. Remove these guys. Turn this on. Make sure this is maincoow font, which is it's not. Main font. Okay. Super easy video editing, in my opinion. This is me talking about things that I like. Change speed just a little bit. Just to see where I'm gonna start. Be fate. Said fate. Oh. I don't really want to listen to the song. Should skip. We got to. I don't know this song either. I'm gonna scoot this up a little bit. So it had to be. Oh, the answer's 2. Ah, I keep clicking shift 1. Boy. Like, bro, you need to figure this out on your own. On your own. This crap. I'm gonna grab, I don't think I grabbed the other video where she shows the like little tree thing. Dance. Oh my gosh. Okay. Maybe TikTok downloader. Video editing. This guy, this guy, this guy, save. This guy, this guy, this guy. Link clips. Okay, so oops. Did the ending on this video? I saw a lot of this was fucking spelt wrong. It's weird to be so mean. This. TikTok. Transform. Stump exposed. Some of put in your brain. You're dead. 2, 3. Bleakness, pinkness. This die. So, the devil. Pinkness. And then I would have cut out what? This is just other page. Here. And then let's unlock this guy. Well, do you? What I out to? costume. Oh, I forgot to... I have to use Shutter Encoder to get the audio. This one. Analysis is audio up here. Yeah, this works. Oh, I went to the wrong thing. It's over, baby. Yo, man. Let's see, let's skip this part. Oh, I wasn't silent for long enough. Wait, I forgot to link. I think. Come to bless thee. And then eclipse. Oh, baby. This will go out here again. Okie dokie. Cool. This one, this guy. I don't want to zoom it in a bit. Just one looking, I can get everything. Oh. Cool. My why did I have to let you go? Really know why I should never let you go. I've been angry and sad, the things that you do. I made up my mind, you that we're through. Near the door, I think you know I won't be away too long. But walking smiles, 42. I can hear a bell ring. One more look and I can hit everything. Whoa, whoa, mamma mia. There I go again. Why my? How can I resist ya? Mamma mia. Why? since the day we parted. Okay, now I just gotta replace images. I didn't have any for this week, didn't I? Bye, like me now or never. I should have one in here. Which will replace this one. Getting hearted, blue since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go, Mamma Mia? Really go. Why? I should never let you go. Alright, let's. I have to hide my screen 1 second. Shoot. The strangest feeling. I'm trying to think. More memes. I need to look at the internet. I think Twitter would be better for this. So I'm like liking more stuff on Twitter. Like random stuff. Editing. This one, save. Okay, maybe I lied. I really haven't been on social media all that much. I don't really have that many cool, funny memes. I know you guys can see it on my mini screen, but it's okay. Ah, yes, there we go. Save image. Oh, I can unsave all these now. When is Rye making these? When is Rye having these come out? Coming soon, fuck. Oops, sorry, BLT. Video editing, the highlights. Nope. Fried and shined. Little ducky, murder ducky. And then we replace Goo Goo Gay Gay Baby with another cat. This cat. Okay. Save, and then we'll relaunch this guy. And I'm gonna hang out. And I'm just gonna play on my phone. I'm just gonna play a little game on my phone. So it better not kill the stream. You know what I'm saying? Also, I'm not really lurking in people's streams today. I forgot. Meat Canyon streaming on Twitch, taking all my viewers. I'm kidding. I don't think a majority of Meat Canyon artists or Meat Canyon viewers would watch me because I'm a whammon. I'm a whammon. Ooh, Pitter Pat's doing something, so is Kazia. Time to get a multi-streamer. Multi-Twitch. Gordy, Kazia, Semi-spry, I think it is. Semi-spry. And then, Oceanic's doing shit too. We'll do Oceanic pairs. Oceanic pairs. Start watching. Put below. You do your thing. Chat's iPad. Nope, wrong thing. Multi-twitch. Okay, there you go. Is that how you go? Twitch Papa. To be honest, Papa Meets Viewer Base is the one weird group that I'd actually expect to be respectful to Whammon. Yeah. No, yeah. Actually, you know, that's valid. I think it'd be cool if Papa Meat was, you know, his viewers were my viewers at the end of the day. I feel like I'm not as gross. Like, I'm not as, like, out of pocket. Sometimes I am, but I feel like a majority of the time I'm not. I'm just kind of a little guy doing little guy things. Where he's like a big guy to win. Then that's not meant as a fat joke. I'm just putting it out there. That was not meant as a fat joke. I'm chubby. Okay? So, not where that was going. But he's a big guy doing big things. You know, in a way. You know, I'm just a little guy doing little things. You and him definitely share some energies. He is, to be fair, one of my favorite content creators. I've watched multiple Meat Canyon videos multiple times just because I could. And then I've also watched almost every episode of Creepcast. I'm not racist, my best friend is fat too. Wait. That feels like me when like I'm talking to someone and I'm like, I think it was with Pixels. I was talking about something. I think it was something like along the lines of, I don't know, I think I'm pretty dumb. And he was like, oh, but I mean, you're pretty cute though. And I'm like, I didn't say I was ugly. I said I was dumb. It's kind of like the whole trying to give someone like a compliment, but it's in like a different category. And they're like, so what? I am ugly? Or I am stupid, you know, kind of that kind of thing. I think it's funny. I'll play more of my phone game, guys. You guys just wanted to play a phone game? I do, because I'm a Zoomer and I have the stupidest little brain. Because, like, they have this, like, rabbit hole. It's like a little storybook. No. Yeah, dog, they even say that word. It is now saved. Thank you. I got a little baby brain, and they have this event where you can unlock a story if you do the levels. And it's gonna go. I did the level. I'm good now. I'm satiated. Position apply. This week we got to see the beautiful, which is gonna be green baby that is this black chunky cat. The way stick out their tongue with no brains. Oh, you know why it's lagging? You know why it's lagging? Because I keep forgetting to do this. Half. And then proxy handling needs to be prefer proxies. Brains out. Called to me. I mean, didn't even have hashtags or descriptions. Talk about short attention. I started reading the title for the stream, and then my mind wandered video editing of geckos, and then my brain went, in my pants. In my pants! I don't have pants. So I can't have things in my pants because I don't wear pants. berries. This TikTok creator. Nice way to tree in front of their house. Stump this with. I say with tiny pavers. This is the word so. Didn't expect that, now did ya? I mean, I have safety shorts, but I don't really wear pants. Pants are for posers. Check out their video on their page. Also, you can't tell me that when they popped out mold, you didn't want to eat them like chocolate. Finally have our blessing from our non-holy. Please give them one of silence. Thus, tidings of bigness. And then to get the full blessing. Oh fuck. Pop over to their page and drop them a follow. We're dead. Okay, cool. You must feel much better. I think that's everything. I think so. Render, save. Now we can check them off here. Now we gotta go back and edit a Twitch clip because Noble gave me advice and I wanna take it to heart, so I'm gonna re-edit something. Not until I play around in my phone game. My phone game. My phone game. And you guys have any phone games that you've been playing? Oh, I've already fucked it up. Club clippings one. I do it again. Gotta play it again. Ah, this was a better loadout. Loadout of blocks. Can't just give me poo-poo blocks and expect me to do a whole thing with it, you know? But I met you. Memory hurts. Oh, I fucked it up again. This level's harder. Let me see what Noble said. Here's some things. Overall, I think the pacing is a little too fast. It can be disorienting fast cuts from a frame. Back into the video. Suggestion, I will let some clips belong to the right fully recognize. Okay. Okay, I understand what's happening. Okay, so I don't know what I'll do with those yet. Okay. Let's scoop all of this over. And then link this clip. Did I not say anything after that? No, that was just... Okay, so maybe the beginning is okay, because... Okay. What? So let's do this. I'm gonna go a little bit out. And then I think could scoot the what to happen here, maybe? Let's do this. Be a little bit longer. Okay, so I was told no spinny. Or I think I could just remove this. Okay, so they said okay, so destroy fast cuts image and back into the video. The image for frame, then back into the video. Suggestion: I will let some of the clip linger just a tad longer if they're ready to fully recognize what's happening. Okay, so let me mute these for now. Let's see. Maybe instead of this, you just bring it out longer. Wait, what? What? Ooh, what? Oh! Okay, and then I'm just gonna go over here. Just gonna scoot these out. Actually, let's keep that part, and then let's go like this. Like here, maybe? Um, uh, maybe just scoot this. Let's just scoot this out. And then that's where I think I would cut the silence. So this goes here. Oh. Hi, Havoc! Okay, so oops. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's Here's My Enemy. Oh, cool. I kept that. Nice. this. Sup, how's your day going, Havoc? We're having a good one. Okay, what is the thing that coughs from Flat Central's? This is just turning the EQ. Okay, so equalizer is what they suggested. Turn it on. They said to do this one and then put it here. And then band 2 there. Band 3 there. Band 4 down. Band 4 goes here. Okay, let's see what happens. It's also so loud. I slept all afternoon. I was on all night, finally getting off until 2 p.m. So just waking up again. What did you do all night long? Why were you up so late? Let's keep this. Scoot that. If I kept this, Stardew, understandable. And then no flip. No flip. No flip. Why is this still so fucking loud? Maybe not that much. Still turn these down one. She gave me a to-do list. That's valid. I would link these back up. Then I'd cut. Oh my god, is that Pitter Pat? Holy crap, hello! Hello, my goodness. Well, how did their partner this here Pitter Pat is one big old friend from the woods, ain't they? These are right here a mix of Bigfoot and VTuber playing all sorts of game and munching on snacks. Last I heard they were trying to mime their way through a perfectly cut sub sandwich. Bless their heart. Sounds like a real hoot and a half. Y'all best join in for some farming and fun. How was Chance of Sonar? Hi, Beezy. Hi, Callum. Hello, everybody. If you have to rate and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me, so please take care of yourself. Don't feel like you have to stay. Hi, but how's it going? I literally was talking about you earlier. How cool you are. But hello, welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow. BZ is my bone giver. They make me move. They are my rigger, to be more professional. But welcome on in. We're just editing Twitch clips. And I'm gonna be honest, the creative flow ain't flowing. I'm gonna be real, the creative flow ain't flowing. Ain't flowing, dog. But we're trying. We're trying. I didn't think about it that way. You are in the way, the boner. Welcome on in, guys. If you haven't checked out Pat, Jersey, or Callum, definitely check them out. They're like some of the coolest people that I know. But yeah, I like them a lot. So feel free to hang out. We're just doing some editing, and I'm trying to figure it out, but it's like, I don't know, the creative juices, they just ain't flowing. I'm like, Callum was like, I edit too quickly. So he's like, slow it down. So I'm trying to slow it down, but my brain's like, make slower, because I think before in my editing style, I would edit things quickly. My brain is hard to wrangle to. Yeah, it's not doing the do. Hi, Moira. My cat's come to say hello. She's come to say hi. You want some scritches? You can't be like 10 feet away. My arm span's only 2 feet. Okay. But welcome on in. Yeah, you know, we're trying to have the brain juices working, but you know. It's like my brain is Zoomer trained to be most optimized towards little TikTok babies. But Noble suggested that I slow it down a bit, have a bit more comedic timing. So I'm gonna try, but I don't know if I've maybe like I've hotboxed my brain too much and now I can't. I can. I gotta rearrange my brain. I feel like that one might be fine. Like this part is good. You do hotbox your brain out, exactly. You know, I'm just a little zoomer. Maybe if I do this position. What? That's not, it doesn't feel like the same positioning. Why does this not feel like the same positioning? I don't know. Zoom in position, is that why? I don't know if I want that actually. I think I just don't. I think this was a funny moment, the whole grandma thing. But I think I'm gonna do it different. We're pivoting, chat. We're pivoting. Video editing. Yeah, okay. I will be in Twitch. Don't look at that. Slippery PP repo. One of these. I think I kind of want to add this one in here instead. Maybe this one. All right, let me watch this clip really quick. My brain. Okay, I think my brain is braining. Also, how do I turn this thing off? How do I turn that off? How do you take it off? I can't take it off. I don't know what it's called. Da Vinci thing that makes it so only selects a section. I don't know what it's called. It's bugging me. It won't go away. Is Andrea awake? don't know if Andrea is awake. I don't think she's awake. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. Okay, and then I do this, so it'd be like... I think I'd have to boost the audio levels here, so it'd be like... I wonder... I'm very curious. So, the Pornhub intro sound is known in my generation. I'm 25. People around my age would know that. People older than me would probably know that sound. But do younger kids know that sound at this point? Is there a different sound that indicates that kind of stuff nowadays? Do kids watch porn? Hentai Haven intro? I didn't even know they had an intro noise. And do kids watch porn and other maincoow questions? I'm just curious. I want this one. No. Ah! DaVinci clips pasting at beginning of timeline. But yeah, the pub intro is still relevant. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm learning so much. That's good. I was drinking water when that happened. What is this TikTok? I've been sent a TikTok. It's a flashlight. That's not a flashlight! Maybe I do want to play Drive Beyond Horizons. Sorry, my internet just doesn't want me to have multiple video players. Go watch it on my phone if you want. But that... I saw what that was! That was not PG! Oh fuck, I was looking. It is in the game. Yeah, it's the... Yeah. I saw some other people playing it too. I'll try it when you come back from your thing. From your... Damn it. I'll play it when you come back from your trip. You bitch. You're gone. Are you talking about Pornhub and hentai and I said and now PG concerns? Well, we were talking. Listen. We were talking about it. We weren't showing off fleshlights. It's a little different. What is this? Why? I don't know how to turn it off. Snapping's fine. Lincoln's fine. DaVinci white bar in timeline. Alt X. Oh, yippee. It's clearly an exhaust pipe for it. Clearly. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I think I'd be like zoom, rotate. And then when I say the word Bowser, let's do handsome Bowser. Because if we put sexy Bowser, we're gonna get fricked. Look at this, he's so cute. Bowser's so cute, you know? Video editing, Twitch. This one's save. I don't think it's gonna like this video. Yeah, it's not. Curse you, Buffy! Fucking web peas again. I don't know what I just clicked. I don't know what I just I don't know what I was just clicking on. But did I click no? No. Go away. No, I wanted a PNG. What am I doing? Change. Boop. Select. Start function. Delete. There we go. And then I say the word Bowser. Let's do another adjustment clip. Well, no, we can just do it on the thing. Cigarette on my teeth. Tears of actress. I love this. Oh, Ungabo! I am honored. I am honored. You're cool. I love you. Hi. Hi. How are you doing? Now we add this one, right? And then now it's like stammering. Let's get the sweating, or no, it's like the speed run gif guy. The speed run gif. This guy. I have this gif like 10 times on my computer at this point. Oh no, that's a one Control T. Wait, did I laugh after that? No, they just clipped it. Okay. Just touch me, wow. And then I'm just gonna move this. Actually, can we just zoom it and then rotate it? I think I'd rather just do it that way. Okay, I think that's pretty good actually. I think I like that a lot more. Just making sure this one doesn't have, yeah, okay. Touch me, wow. Leave me, wow. Wow. I think in my sound effects I have the keyboard smashing. Oh goodness, where is it? Go away. Trust a hoe, never trust a hoe. Mouse click. Is it the speed? Is it called speed run or is it called? I think it's just called keyboard. A B C D E F G H I J K. Keyboard. Found it. Have you reached level 25 in Gecko? I think I'm like level 23. I had to stop. I had to close it because it was lagging my computer. But I think we can open it now. Never trust a hoe. Use a rake. But hoes and rakes are flimsy. Hoes are sturdy. I have a wedgie. Okay. I'm good now. Anyway. I can't wait to get different colored enclosures. Rhino, did you know you can use the substrates? Oh, it's afternoon. You can use the substrates on the things, so you can change the color of the sand. Look, I got like 6 astronauts. I think they already buy. Yeah, they already bought my rare one. Can I put you on here yet? Nope. Go into the ocean. What's in this hole? Nothing? Oh. You can, that's, yeah, it was in like the little info tip thing. It was in the little info tip thing. Not now. When I was like loading the game, it's like, did you know you can also use substrates in the tanks? And I was like, what? Where are the... Give me seashells. 20,000 in sales and you can go on Shark Tank. Hella. I don't believe in Shark Tank. I don't think they'd give me money. I don't think they'd believe in me. I'd believe in me, but they wouldn't believe in me. Oh, are you wanting me to reach level 25 because of the hospital? The hospital? Hospital? I thought there was one where like... Maybe that is the shop. What's the next upgrade? I have to go pee. 20,000? 20,000? 20,000? Yeah, that's gonna... That's the next big mechanic, isn't it? Stick all your geckos on them if they won't invest. Good point. It's this one. It's this store. I'm very interested in what this is. But this isn't until level 60, and I don't know if I'm ever gonna get there. Maybe in like a month. Or more. I like that the bigger my store's gotten, the smaller this store's gotten. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom really quick. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Everybody take a pee break. And then we'll come back and we'll do more editing and Gecko Shop. So I'll be right back. Already 46. What the fuck? Sell your ass off. I like my ass. I don't want to sell it. I'm back. My ass is still on. It's not been sold. Hello! Alright. I didn't realize I closed the game without all my geckos being put away. I thought I put all my geckos away, but I guess I didn't. Oh, we need to open this door. Open. Also, I don't know if any of you in chat know this, but do you think the phrase "open sesame" comes from the, like, it's like an offshoot of "open says me"? Because I think so. I think it's a possibility. They sound so similar, and I feel like that's not a coincidence. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. You were in my way. Alright, yeah, because we were gonna unload the rest of these geckos. The rest of these geckos. And then my computer died. Yes. Need more legendaries. Come on, legendary. Legendary. Oh, a super! Yippee! Look at this! This is the ones that I already have. Wowzy zowzy, 3,500. Yippee. Okay, give me another super. Come on. Super me up, baby. Okay, I'm not gonna be mad about a rare. Go in there. Super, 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 super. Come on. 4 boxes left. Nope. Okay, a rare. Not gonna be mad about a rare. Do I have room for the rare? I don't have room for the rare right now. Thank you, boys. Super, super, super. Nope. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Nope. Okay. Oh, baby, used to turn on. 'Cause these days. I need to go use this thing. Told you that. It's like, yeah, it's a yellow striped one. I wonder if they come out in the order that you put them in. This guy. This guy. I think those are all the yellow striped boys. Let's not do the spotted ones yet. That guy only had one. This guy only has one. How many does it have? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, the perfect amount. Makes me happy. 3, 4, 5. How many do I have in here? 8. Boop. There you go. Put the extra light blues next to them. And then the purple ones. The purple ones, hold on. The purple ones in the card. Orange. Oh no, he's a fancy boy. Let's see. Okay. And then this guy can go. Stuck. And then the purples. Weep. 2, 3, 4, 5. The burger here for safekeeping. These are the extra boys. That guy hasn't been sold. Those guys haven't been sold. Okay. Time to AFK. Okay. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was adding the keyboard sound to this guy. Just... where is... Oh, I think I have to do it again. Band 1... Where is Nobles? So... Nope. Oh no, this one is this one. So it's over here. And then... I'm gonna do another handsome Bowser. I don't want to do something that people might think is cringy. You know, I don't like this one. Oh, I like this one. And then we'll just fade them in. Just fade them in. The opacity is not full. Full T. We want to have this one. Something like. Okay, I gotta make this a little bit taller because I can't tell what's going on. Okay, and then if we loop it, how does it feel? Alright, cool. Okay, let's do timeline, create subtitles from audio. Let's do 5. Let's see what happens if I do 5. Oh, I paused it. Oops. Trying to see if there are any seashells on the beach from here. There might be one. I'm not really sure. So, collection app. Okay, so we're still missing one from set 2 and set 3. And we haven't unlocked set 4 yet, so... Let's buy more. Oops. No. God damn, these blue boxes are lucky for the astronaut folk. Oh, my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Oh. Rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Don't I have any? Not really, because I'm about to buy more blue ones. Nice, I don't think I have room for that one. I think, let me go check. Come here, buddy. And a headphone, bro? You don't have a headphone, bro. Okay. So how, do you know how far you can expand? Is it the whole building that you're connected? I think so. Oh, fuck. Get out of here. I think it is because, I still have another upgrade I can do, but I think it goes all the way, like, you can have it over, like I feel like, I'm not completely sure yet, though. Still just a rat in a cage. Astronaut boy. I have so many astronaut boys. Rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. I think we upgraded at the same point. Yeah, I did 2 upgrades because I had the money for it. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just make my store a bit too big. I don't think we have any room for chickens. Oh my god, we have so many rare ones now. I don't have the space for them. I need to close the shop down just so I can organize. I don't usually have a full up on rares. I think I'm gonna have to close the shop for a second. Just so I can start making... I think I have an idea. I mean, I can't put it there. Okay, but I can put it there. Okay, that's fine. Well, you want to put the most valuable merchandise there. Huh. Can we keep this like here? Yeah, alright. I haven't really started customizing, but when I saw you can make your own walls, it was so cool. Yeah, I like that you can make your own walls. Again. Just gonna deconstruct this side a little bit. So bad, it's not so bad. Talk. Best day. I think I want this to be inset actually. This is super nice to have, and he not only punches, but he takes his money. Oh, nice! I didn't know that. I want this. I just want it to be out far enough that it's like there. I want it to be any more than that. So I can scoot this back a little bit so it doesn't look too cramped. I can scoot this. Yeah. So like that. See you. I just wish you could do all your box opening in storage area, or at least have storage shelves and stuff. That's valid. That's what I use this palette for. Is to have all the boxes on that. You guys just roam around for a little bit while I redo stuff. Go over there. I want the fairy guy. Actually, I think Elaine might be changing her mind. So what if I instead just took this? Oh fuck, I can't get out. There you go. Oh, there's a real chip. What if I took this guy out, you know, and then I just the sand. I think I did this wrong. Because they're supposed to be like. Wait, Elaine is changing her mind about how she wants to do this. I want this to be like in the wall. Like that. And then. Man. Okay, and then I want. And then we have more room here. You know? So that way it's not impeding that walkway. And it also uses less walls to do it like this. Understand. Ocean man. The globe is a real trip. Ocean man. This guy first. My board gear. My board gear is in the way. Go in the shopping cart. Oh, what the fuck? It sits on top. It's not what I was expecting. Need another small tank. Yeah, boy. Yeah, this is better because then the shop has more room. Oh, I fucked it up though. Oops. God dang it. Let's still work. I think it'll still work. That's how I did it for these guys, right? Yeah, okay, cool. This one is here. This goes here. I'm getting the white gummy bear. When will you have your own flavor? If enough people support me in getting advanced GG flavors, I will get my own flavor. And it's gonna be fantabulous. Don't you worry. It's gonna be the best fucking flavor you've ever fucking had. Be like, damn, Elaine, should have supported you sooner. And I'll be like, I know. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't know if there is like a specific marker though of like when I'd get it if I were to get it. I just know it's a thing. Knowing you get it. I know. I'd give it a cute name. I'd give it a cute name. Excuse you. I would give it a cute name. Thank you very much. Be cute as heck. Oh, I see. I don't want to do this. Cause like that's so little space. But it has to be out that far. Oh, my neighbors can't hear me because I curse at my geckos, especially when they break out. Don't be mean to your geckos. They're just little guys. Just little babies. We're gonna have to do it like that. I have to do it like this, chat. There you go. Oh, fuck. No, it looks bad. Fuck. Okay, like that. That's not bad, actually. That kind of looks cool. We'll do it like that, then. It's like this. Yeah, and then the next one goes here in the bag. Right? Yeah, and then we have one more. Is that not right? Gotta do this side first and then I'll figure it out. Oops. Keyboard is so far away from me, I should bring it closer. I'm at the point where I have to ask if I have enough money where I want to expand again to see how far I can expand. You could. I was thinking that as well, to be honest. I was like, do I want to expand further? Just so that way, you know, you already have, like, as big of a space as you can have, you know? And then you can kind of just go from there. But it could be overwhelming having that much space, to be honest. I think that's how I did the other side, right? That's how I did the other side. It's like, this is only think, yeah, this is only... Yeah, it's only one of these wide. Cool. Everybody sucks. Ripping someone's head off. As soon as I have all of them, I'm sure I will go crazy customizing everything. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm a little girly pop, and I like to have everything already customized. You know. She said bullshit. Those days. Excuse me, is there an astronaut around? There we go. I really wish they had like ceiling half slabs because they only have the doors, and I don't really want to use. I don't really want to use the doors for everything. Okay, cool. Let me get another small tank. Hope I did this right. Why do I feel like I did this wrong? You want to know why I did it wrong? Because this is not in the middle. You could. But you go over there. Sorry. Fuck. It's not even, chat. Make it even. Oh. Actually, that's okay. You know what? That's fine. So I just realized something that doesn't really matter. There we go. This is Jesus bullshit. Alright. Grab a lot of money. All the spawns like fun. Okay. Resume. That's what likes funds. All got in common when the shit's said and done. Is it the fucking roads in the city that we run? Eyes go. The leaves on the hydro. Okay, cool. Wherever I go, meow, meow, meow. With the meow, meow, meow. I hit him with a meow, meow. And with the Alright. I should do the other one this way first. There we go. Why are these uneven? Do I still have to be one to point out the left and right are not asymmetrical? Dude, is it still? Yes, you have to be the one. What do you mean? Fuck! God damn it. God damn it. I'm so pissed off now. Sorry, it's okay. It's gonna be funny when I have to redo this again later because I expand again, you know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There, that's the center. With the with the with the I wanted to do this, but this is why I can't because I had to redo it. I kind of like it though, personally, just because it gives me more stuff to do in the game. Otherwise, I'll just be maxing gecko production, and you know that might be a little boring if I can finish the game in like 2 days, you know, by no lifing it. I want to be bad at video. I want to continually be bad at video games and have to redo things 10 times. I play games the hard way, you know. Why? Why won't you let me? That's not bad, actually. Fair point. I don't have a gecko life. I have a gecko life. There you go. And that'll be the tiny one. It needs to go in like the like one corner over. Oof, look at that. Oof! Look at that, chat. Looking nice. Fuck. Oh, excuse me. Get back in there. Okay, this goes back here. Oh, I think it's angry because of the mat. You good, dude? Maybe I need to pull it out a bit more. Hold on, is this even? There you go. Is he bugged on this rug? Nope. You good? I'm 2 rainbow shells away from having them all. Ooh, nice. I think my cashier's stuck. I don't really know what to do about that. I think I'm just gonna leave him for now. Excuse me. I said get back in there. Stop it. See, that's nice. I like doing these accents on the walls. I like them. They're nice. I want to do one more right here. So that way we can have the food. I want the food to be on this wall. I think my guy is fucked up. I have to replace the cash register. With this. Okay, if I put it over here, you good? My guy's broken. I'll save and then I'll reload. There we go. Alright, and then this one. Like that. And then this here. And this trash can here. Oh, maybe not. What the fuck? Where am I gonna put this thing? God damn it. I don't know where to put this. I'll put it over here. Alright. The wall's uneven. Fuck. 3, 4. Oh fuck, I'm gonna get myself stuck in here now. No, it's one over. Some boobies! The only bug I feel like that's in this game is the rugs. I feel like the rugs are a little buggy. But I'm sure they'll figure them out. It's not that much of a deal to replace them. Another gecko rug. Be a little uneven, but that's okay. Just want all the special ones to have rugs. Nice. Ooh, you throw one more there. I don't think I want to add another one there because I'm not using all the tanks, I feel like. It's not bad though. I think I need to make one more wall. Go back to church. Scared of hell. Never tell. No. I can't wait till they have more like wall signs or something. I think that'd be nice. I think I have the basic ones, but that's pretty good. I think I did a pretty damn good job here, chat. The store looks a little bougie if you ask me. Last night. Alright, just gonna save the game and then we're gonna go back to editing. You may have to reload to fix them. That's what I was thinking. Wait, let me save game again. Okay. I want the oh yeah sound. The oh yeah. I want that sound. Oh yeah. Ew. What's this one? Maybe manly. Back there, sword in the family. See flaps. Ah, show me where you're pissed from. Are you good? Are you good? Are you gonna go back to the cash register now? Let me use one of the red substrates on this. Oh, I need 2 red substrates actually. I'm a child. And the parts like I do. Sand, red sand. This is soil. That's white sand. What does white sand look like? I don't want to use it yet. Wait, I do want to use it. I want to use it on the... Can I use it in my special terrarium? Oh, ew. That looks bad. That looks so bad. I don't like the orange one either. I like the red sand the best. Cool. He's all fixed. Don't be alarmed. But I got a dick about to pick your arm. Excuse me, miss. I don't mean to alarm ya. I'm only being all the big karma. Where pissed from? Show me where you pissed from. Show me where you pissed from. These guys go in here. I don't know if we'll have enough money to decorate, but we'll try. I haven't done one of these. Sometimes they just don't want to work though. I don't have enough money for them, that's why. Yeah, a lot of these are pretty expensive, to be honest. So, ooh, I guess we'll just give them. I always give all of them like little feeding dishes. You know, open the store. You know, ones that are gonna go next to each other can go in the cart. Go in the cart. Go in the cart. I wish there was a little basket instead of a cart, I'm gonna be honest. I think that'd be cuter, but I get it. I get it, I do. Devil on the night. Where's the astronaut? Go with your brothers! And then I have chicken. Chicken attack. This guy. So I don't have room for all of them though. Let's get the narwhals. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, making a come. I wonder who won the gecko design contest. This game had a gecko design contest, and if you won, your gecko would go in the game. So I wonder who won. I don't actually know who won that. To you. Oh, the furniture is full. Fuck. Somehow didn't expect that. Oh. And I do like that there's a vacuum, but it's not as organized as just doing it by hand. Oh, it's on again. Abracadabra, abracadabra. Okay, no more. I need more orange sand. Or red sand, I guess. Excuse me, excuse me. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, I had 3 left. Fuck. Boop. 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 And blue boys. I have that many of these guys. I have like 3. Okay, I'm gonna start. I just realized it does go in order of what you put it in, so I'll put the rest of them in here. And then the purples. So we could start with the donuts. Donut. Yeah, I need to move this holding tank because it's in the way. Back it on up. And the blue boys too. And that's all of them. Excuse me. Excuse me, get back in there. Actually, I need you all to go in the cart. Go in the cart. So I know where I'm gonna move you guys. I'm gonna move you guys in the empty space where the food's gonna go, but not currently. Want to be alone. So you're kind of in the way. Oh! Oh, that almost fits perfectly, actually. It's kind of nice. It's what you want the whole time. Actually, let's put a card on this side for now. Need more white sand. There you go. Finally throw that away. This will go here. And my borgir. My borgir will go in this corner. And then I'll put them all away. So I think you could fit in here. No, it's still full. That's crazy. Boop. Boop. Okay. Excuse me, get the fuck back in there. Alright. I think it's time to go to the ocean. Maybe. Is it time? Might be time. I think we can leave the store open. I think they're gonna be any rainbow shells. I'm just gonna eat the burger so we can go fast. Do a fast check. Nope. Nope. Have those ones. There's only like 3 seashells here. We might as well turn them in. Bull honkus though. Why they're not the more? We have enough money now. We can start filling this up. Five, four, 5, 4. I really wish I could plant this one, but I can't. That's because that one's 12,000. Holy fuck. I got shiny box too. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. That one might be good for this one. Yeah. I'm gonna do a feeder box on this side. A big mono rock. I feel like that one's awfully similar to the other one though. 2, 9, 10. Oh my god, a thief got away. Fuck. No. Oh, I ran out of money. Excuse me. You baking dear. You're gonna go in. Stop rolling away. I couldn't have stolen one of the geckos, the orange spotted gecko instead. Look. Okay. Oh, there he is. I was wondering where he went. There you go. Gotta go get a pallet now. Okay. So this is our setup now. I think that's not too bad. Alright. Okay. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. Your booty. I think actually no, it would be like I think. Yeah, it would be I think, and then I'm behind. Okay, it's like this. If you're cold, they're cold. Hide. Put in your mouth. Or okay, and then we take oops. Hi Bobby, how'd you sleep? You're gonna have an interesting time tomorrow for collab, huh? Maybe Bowser. Bro, you like woke up at like 6:52 in the afternoon, bro. You slept through our collab, technically in the time for tomorrow. So if it's like the cycle continues, it's the same. You know, that makes sense. I have to wait for my money to come back because I had to redo my shop. No, I got up earlier, didn't have anything. Oh, valid. That makes sense. Oh, where's Half Man? Oh, not that one. This one. Alright. I don't think I can render this right now, so. Do I have to render Wiggle text? I think I do. I do. Hi, Garrett. Okay. Thanks, Omnisaya. You a real one. Oh boy, 2468. Who do we appreciate? It's Alay No Money. It's me, Alay No Money. Oh, my spine. Alright. Alright. That's probably because I also forgot to do this. Now I gotta do one more where it's text based. Maybe no money. He's always up to some degree. And I would just change the font to main font. Thanks. Liar. Why is it not applying? There we go. I think I would remove this one. It would be on the way out. Wood, and then wood, and then the rest of this gets removed. Looks like this. And now I have to pick out which ones aren't the right font. Main font. Let's do. Then let's just extend this. So. And then I just need another guy to go down here. And it'd be like struggles to find. Struggles to find. Let's put this up here. I think I kind of want to put this here and here. Oh, I did not mean for that to be a wobbly one. Struggling. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna look up sexy Bowser, and you guys can't stop me because I need. Okay, I don't know why that happens. That's not against TOS. That works. Video editing. Twitch. One. Large. There you go. Where's the other one? Where did you save to? Oh, it's a JPEG large, that's why I can't find it. Nice. Okay. Daddy done. I could do the other one. I should do the other one. I don't want to though. I don't want to though. Who else was streaming? Spry went offline. Hi, Quetza. I've missed you. How are you? Hypopanda's doing stuff. We'll do Hypopanda because they were doing stuff and I retweeted them. Hypopanda. I don't know if I have to capitalize. I don't know if capitalizing matters. Doesn't matter. I'm about to find out. No, it doesn't. Yippee! Yippee! It doesn't. I'm great now that I'm off. Yippee! Welcome. I should probably edit this one too. I don't wanna. I don't want to. Maybe we're yelling outside. I'll play Minecraft after we're done here. Let's go free ice cream in the break room. What kind of ice cream? What kind of ice cream? Okay, I need so boost morale. That's good. Geckos. I need the template. Move. Okay, wait, nope, come back. Okay, and then Twitch handle's fine. Alright, now let's delete all these extra things that we don't need. Is this the same couple fighting again? Hey, yo, bro, I think it's the same couple fighting from yesterday. And they were fucking like, the dad's like, it's never good enough and fucking shit. And he's like, fucking, the dad's like, you know, fucking, you've been laid off and fired like 5 times already. She's like, oh yeah, well, you weren't saying that when I owned the house. Oh shit. I feel bad though, because the kid is like crying for them to stop. I feel really bad because the kid's crying for them to stop. They're not. Ice pops for me, but there were Oreo ice cream sandwiches, choco dip almond bars, Mexican lattes, and strawberry bars. Ooh, that sounds great. Tea, yeah. I don't like getting in people's business, but when they literally argue outside of my window, what do I do? What do I do? Yesterday they were arguing too, and I think like they were like arguing because I think the dad is like over it. I think he like wants out because like I think he was gonna take the kids and like just leave, but the mom was like, well, what are we gonna do about our daughter's appointment? Like she has an appointment on Wednesday, you want me to cancel that? Which I feel like is really shitty because you shouldn't, like, what if that kid like needs the doctor's appointment? Like don't be doing that, you know? Don't punish the kid because y'all don't know how to have a marriage. Sorry, I feel so bad. I feel like Karma's gonna kick me in the ass for talking about it now. I don't like talking about tea. Talking about drama. It makes me feel bad. You should shout about, yeah, get his ass. No, I don't know. I don't know who's in the right, so I don't wanna side with the wrong person. You know, I wanna side with the wrong person and then, you know, just bad times. I think they're both in the wrong, to be fair, though. Okay. That's one clip. Why was telling me anything? Men are all evil and should die. I don't think all men are evil. Pixels isn't evil. I sent this something in the DM with special context for you. Don't share. Okay, no problem. No problem. At least that's what Twitter tells me. You need to get off of Twitter, my guy. I think I need another clip, though. Do I take something? No, I don't take something from there. You can show the vid. Okie dokie. Nonsense milk. I want to take one from here, but I don't. Actually, let me look at the Discord. Not this one. If it ever loads. You know, my internet doesn't wanna. It's because I keep forgetting to deal with it after stream. This one was... I don't know how to feel about it. Okay, I'll try it. Okay, so we have the gooning section. Okay, wait, maybe we could do it. I think. I feel like I need to be 3 clips per, but if I take a clip from this one, where is it gonna go? Nonsense milk. Maybe wait. Wait. Yeah. And then this one's 4. Yo! Set, cool. Okay. Wait, so wait. You show the vid, okay. Just flake a clip right now? No. That's not me. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, a lot of things are happening. This guy is so gross. Try again. Oh my god, this is so cringy. Good. Oh, the music was playing. All I'm gonna say about that is I wish that the guy that returned the chicken bake for him said, "Hey man, we'll return this for you. But next time, if you're hurting for money and you need to get a return on a fucking chicken bake, maybe don't get a fucking chicken bake." It's okay. We'll listen to Cantissimo. Make it better. Okay. Okay. This bit. Yeah, you should have wrote his darn car or put a flag on it. I really wish he would have gotten like, I just think it's so, it makes you look so fucking cheap. Like, really, you need the return on a fucking chicken bake? And he's wearing all white. I hope karma gets him. That's so annoying. Especially for, like, the service workers, too. It's just such a dick move. Wait, no, I want to keep that jump scare. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. Okay. What is the fucking "you died" font? I think we just do normal font. So I kind of want, okay, so I want this to be like this, and then by the end of it, I want it to rotate. I want it to zoom in on my face. Maybe not that much. I need the "you died" sound from GTA, I think. No, this one's fine. Click 2, save. Or I think I'd rather do the Dark Souls community than the GTA community. I need an adjustment clip. Tonight, I can cure your disease. Let's rotate it. Zoom it in on my face. And then there's I think it's in here. Color compressor. Saturation. There we go. Maybe I should do the GTA one. Yeah. But I'll make it goofy and I'll use the other thing. Text plus. Let's see. I feel like it's Times New Roman, but I could be wrong. Like Times New Roman like looks pretty on point. Like, actually, you died PNG text. Dark Souls. That's JPEG. Oh, that's cool. I think I would like scoot it. So it's like here, and then this ends here. I don't want to use this font. Going on down there. About. Actually, no, I need a different adjustment clip. Open it. Rotate. Okay. And then actually let's do a different text. Oh my god, text plus learn something new. Shading, enable, gas. Maybe we can just do. What if we did it like this? Let's do it. Oops. And then positions, yeah. Reacting to said one. Maybe? I don't know how I feel about that clip. Let's do the sound of it's an SE, SE, and then we could do the vine boom. See. Oh wait, I need to cut that off. Okay, there we go. It's like I don't know if I want maybe all of it. Maybe I want to go there with it. But comedy of threes. Then let's cut it. Okay. I think this is where I do want. Boop, 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 boop. This one posted out of context. This one. This one. This one. I'm curious about something. Let's go back to TikTok. Let's go to posted. Let's do this one. What did I do for this one? Yeah. So it's like. I don't know if I want that. I think I kind of want maybe just this section. Reacting. Or learning new something Oops. Be new. Let's see. I do want the third one. And then okay. Let's do this guy, and then we're gonna reopen this guy because we want the stuff from the other TikTok that we did. Okay, so like this one. Let's see something. This one? Oh, it's a fucking GIF. Oh, fuck. Stop it. Sure. Okay. And then the last one should be. There's a little space. Hold on. Just create a compound clip out of this. And then we'll just make it smaller. And then do the sad. Do this. Actually, let's rotate it the other way. It's smaller. Oops. And then where's the crying ATR? Crying sad. Hi, Wacky. How you doing? Oh, let's see. Let's do. Good night. I want this. MAW. Oh. Start. It's 2 NCC. I also want this one too. Right. I gotta make this quieter. Scoot 'em. This one. So I'm gonna try to overlay it in like the same spot. I don't know how well this is gonna work though. Smaller. Crop bottom. Just put it here. So this should go over here. Now, question: if someone puts this song on when you're about to do it, is it a turn on, or are you laughing for the try hardness? I probably am not paying attention, to be honest. If I get it on with someone, that's I feel like the things around me don't really matter. At least that's how it is for me personally. This one and this one. Just removing these because they're bothering me. Be in here, bro. Okay. Hmm. I did it in here, didn't I? There we go. Right there. Maybe like there. Kind of same. All my attention would be on my partner. They could have the most unsexy TV show on it. It wouldn't matter. Yeah. I mean, fucking, latest Creepcast, apparently, the movies that they had on when they had their first times was not very sexy. So okay, timeline. Let's do one. I can fix it from there. My brain is like slowly disintegrating. Hunter and Wendigoon, yeah. In the latest Creepcast, they talked about it. They had some weird movies on when they fought. Yeah. Hold on. Movie where a black guy sacrifices himself in the mind. Is it The Core? No, I don't think it was. What is the movie he was talking about? Hold on. Their wives not together. Oh yeah, no. Well, it wasn't even necessarily with their wives. It was the first time they had sex, and then they were talking about it. How they don't have this on the PC version, which sucks. Is this movie? What's the movie? They showed it. They showed it for like 2 seconds. Oh, did I go too far? I just play it for a second. If it wants to play, that is. It'll play eventually. I don't know. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Daedalus. That's Green Mile. I heard Pixel just say, "What the fuck" in the kitchen. I was like, "Can I fix my internet? I can't even watch YouTube videos on stream." He walked away already. Okay. Fries. We'll figure it out later. But yeah, he watched The Green Mile. So, and Wendigoon would put on war movies, like not like super serious war movies, but like kind of boring ones, I guess. Oh yeah, so you were talking to me. You were literally in my doorway talking to me. Then why did you talk to me if you didn't want me to talk to you back? You could have typed in chat.
My hand's covered in shrimp.
I said later.
Oh, you said now.
Bro, this guy.
Why didn't you let me walk away if you wasn't in there?
Because I wanted you to. I asked you a question and I wanted a response, but you walked away immediately. Okay. Bye. feel like part of me that's a bit Your neighbors are probably thinking, oh my god, they're fighting again? You think we talk really loud, don't you? Hi, V. That, and you saying that gives me anxiety. Because of the, um, me talking about the couple that was arguing earlier. Yeah, okay, this is why I don't talk about, like, any drama thing that happens in my life, because it gives me anxiety, and then people will talk about something, me doing something similar, and then I just get very nervous. You know why? No, I took my meds. My anxiety is soaring for no, yeah, I took my meds. My anxiety is soaring for no reason. Cool. Did you beat them with a shoe? Beat who with the shoe? It's okay. I don't know. I'm just getting like, I had sudden anxiety yesterday. I was like having a really hard time sleeping. I think it's because of that. I mean, no, it's okay. It's stupid. It's just stupid brain shit. I'll just drink. Here, I'll just give myself something sweet to drink. I'll be Gucci. I'll be Gucci. And now we're good. Now we're good. I think I normally do the parentheses, but whatever. Gooning. Gooner, guys. There we go. Now I can hide all the new spicy books. Oops. From you, chat. Oops. Okay. Okie dokie. Edit labels, render. Nope, render, save, edit labels, subtitles, and render. It's not done. Okay. That's not bad. 5 videos, essentially. 2 of which were clips. I think that's not too bad. I say as I want to do the subtitles because it's gonna bother me if I don't do the subtitles. Feels screaming with me. Alright, Twitch clips marked off. And then we'll go play Minecraft. And then I gotta read documents after stream. That's not the right video. Clippings 2. So workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions. This is going to be for text-based, generate. Workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions. Wiggle text. And then I'm going to open first. I'm working on my house. I'm going to work on my house for a little bit. Okay, so... there's a bit of me, or too much of that. Yeah, and this one. Wait, no, wrong one. Boop, 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 boop. And then this. Alright, now these guys need to become a main font. This is how they speak. The righteous hand of God that you forgot. Wait, do you guys want to see the new and improved BLT? I drew them last night. And I forgot to show you guys. Main font. Track. This guy, and then position, apply. Also zoom. But then right here. Oops. Okay. Okay. I feel better now. Woo! Alright, close stuff. Save. Okay. Let me go show you guys BLT. So this is the new and improved BLT. He can now sit. This is how he looks when he stands. This is him standing. And then this is him sitting. He wide eagle. He spread eagle when he sit. It's a little weird, but I think it's okay. I wasn't originally gonna... I don't know if I was originally gonna add his eye bags again. But I think without the eye bag, his eye just kind of looks like he's a little angry. But then if you add, like, the eye bags, I think it makes him mischievous. So... BLT, I hope you approve of these changes. You'll be able to sit. You'll be able to look left and right. Your tail is gonna be amazing. It's gonna have all the feats.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Yeah, I think that's I just need to like get him ready for like live 2D stuff, I think. But yeah, he got little peats. But yep. I mean, I could prep that file now. And I could rig him tomorrow before Beef and Boof. Or start. See how I want to do this. File, save as 2D BLT 2. Okay, so this is gonna be I think I'm gonna keep No, maybe not. I might rasterize it just to see. And then his ears are good. And the leg, this is the reference. This is your tail. This is a reference body, I think, for how. I think that's supposed to be a reference body. Oh wait, okay, no, yeah, this is a reference body. Okay. And then this is leg, right, sit, and then rasterize. Oh, I haven't made the PNG for tomorrow. Fuck. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Noble body, Buffy, Gordon, Ford. Go down there. Tomorrow it's going to be Pancake, Kazuya, Zoe, and is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, 3 versus yeah. Twee and Twee. Okay, can go over here. She can go behind Buffy. And then Zoe and Kazuya can just scoop over and go behind body. And then we do the live now. We don't do the title. Export stream. This one, and then one without it. And move. 2. Save. Close. Oh, that loaded so much faster than I feel like it normally does. Sorry, little pancake, coffee. We don't know for tomorrow. We wanna use it. Like R, like L, these guys. Miss Peterson, hi Soup, welcome back. You have your pancakes. Alright, and the head needs to be separated a bit. So this is the mouth. Eyes and the eyebrows. And then... But also currently... Oh, so you're currently making them fun. Okay, wait, no, I think... Moisturize. This is the head. Turn that off. Tail. Eyebrow R. Eyebrow R. Eyebrow L. Rasterize. Rasterize. I'm killing it so far. Didn't even have to sacrifice the first pancake to the pancake gods. Hell yeah, nice. I bag. Nothing but golden brown flips. Hell yeah, you're doing it. Sparkle 1. Sparkle 2. Oops. 2. 2. Rasterize. Rasterize. This will be IL. IR. I'll call his face. And the mouth. Chin. Club. I think this. No. Be lip line. Lower lip. Upper lip. Tooth. Inner mouth. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think he's good. He's good to be rigged upon the morrow. Alright, time for some Minecraft. Country club. Minecraft. Then. Oh, ba 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 ba. I'm in the water, hoodie son, nobody's daughter. Country club. Let's see if there's anything I need to delete. That looks like it didn't work again. Is this the longest part? Maybe I'm at the other place. What do you call it? Maybe I'm at the I don't remember. The hub. Maybe I'm at the hub, that's why. Nope, what the fuck? How did I die? I just loaded in. Rat, did you kill me? No, that spider killed me. Go away. Away from my rat. Get away. Go away. Get away from Maurice. Damn, Maurice. Come back and the fucking assholes just want to eat ya. Assholes. Why are there still holes? There's still holes in my... This wasn't here before. What is happening? Where's my wand? Okay, hold on, let me fix this. So I fixed this last time we played, but... I didn't want to stay. told you. Numbers on the tapes, all of you same. Oops. Did you put an interdiction torch there? What is an interdiction torch? What is this big word you put in front of me, my friend? Stop mobs. Oh, one of those special torches? I might be able to make one. I'm just using this one because I don't want to be fucked to fill this all back in, because I don't know. Last time I played it also got despawned, and I don't know why. Think we're good now? Oh my god, no, not. Fuck. Garden. You know what? Bonk. I'm gonna try to fill it all with the other dirt, but it don't want to. Okay. Alright, now don't undo yourself. For whatever fucking reason, don't undo yourself. I just fixed you last time. Alright, we're good. How's Maurice doing? He's doing good. He's just living in his little cage. We want one of those torches, right? Those special torches? Torch. These guys. I don't think I have a fire charge. I'm gonna have to go to the nether to get one of those. Kinda rather would just deal with the mobs for right now. Alright, time to look at the house reference. This is dark oak. Wait. I think I did this wrong. Oh, I see, okay. Oh, yeah, this would go like this. Yeah, and then... I might have fucked this up, chat. Okay, how do I want to fix this? I did everything else right. I just didn't do the center part right, so... Let's see. Do I want to make it... I think I want to do stone walls again, so... Where's my stone? So it would be like that. So we could just make this part smaller, I guess. I'm trying to think. These are the accent walls. Yeah, these are the accent walls. And then... Undressed. Again. I guess I could do this. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of these guys. And then we do the walls like how we've been doing. This guy, this guy, this guy. So it's like random cobblestone. And then like, boop. And like a set. I need like a set of cobblestone. So you go in here. Split the cobblestone. I'm gonna use this. And then what did we have? Cracked cobblestone bricks. Wait, let me split them again. So I think we had like 4 different types. So let's do this one. Cracked cobblestone bricks. Then cobblestone, and then rounded cobblestone bricks. Oops. Let's do this one. Rounded cobblestone bricks. And then tiny cobblestone bricks. Tiny. Okay, cool. No, I'm doing this wrong again. Boop. This guy, that guy, and then we have to break this wall. Yeah, there we go. And then tiny, tiny, and then cobblestone. Let's do this one. This one. Yeah. Get on the roof. Yeah, there. Oh, fuck. Okay. And then let's do like 25% of UK homes. One magnolia wall. Let's see. That one doesn't have a rounded. It's like Sudoku. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I got it. 3rd time's a charm. When is it not? Maurice. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to scoop this guy. 2, 3, 4, and this guy, and these guys, this guy there, this guy, put this guy there. It's gotta be perfect. Gotta be. Yeah. I don't need anything that I want. Alright, and then this one. And then I think it's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I don't have any banded ones anymore. Cobblestone. Yeah. Boop. 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 Gotta be. It's gotta be perfect. It's gotta be perfect. My walls, magnolia. Let's see. Rounded. And you. Like my walls. Okay, but I want windows. Only need windows. Magnolia. This one has a 3x3 window, it looks like. Yeah. What? Get out of here. Magnolia. Alright. There's that window. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I didn't scoot him enough. Oops. What? What? There's rats in there. Oh, there we go. I had a basement down here. Right, I was moving chests. There we go. Then we'll do 1, 2. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Nothing else. No one time. Maybe I tried to. No. Oh, fuck. Ah! Oh! It's like my feet are slippery. There we go. New window. Too tall, though. Let's do cracked boy and cobblestone. Hell yeah. Boop. I'm not mad about it, you know? I'm not mad about it. So many little, like, fireflies here. It's very nice. Hi. Alrighty. Am I supposed to go here? Ah, I wanted to do... Okay, I see. I think I would go here. I'm like so close to getting up there. Let's just do this. Boop. 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 Alright, there we go. Aw. Is this why? I'll fix it later. I think it has to do something with my basement. Hello, little rat. You were supposed to be dead. You better not influence my Maurice. My Maurice is a good boy, you hear? I domesticated him from a traveling merchant. Who were spawned to be tested. Tested with cheese. And then moided. Oh, he got out. He came back. Aw, I broke again. I have one more shovel in my backpack, but I don't know if I want to use that one. Hey, why not? Is there someone out here? Hello? Oh my god! Get out of here. Fuck. Get out of here. There's an undead knight in my backyard. Get out of here. Get out of here. Thank you. I don't know where his horse died, though. I think I picked up the XP? I'm not sure. I'll use my wand to place the soil. Where is it? Dance, baby. Where did I put my wand? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, where did I put my wand? Chat. Chat, where did I put the wand? Chat, I think I lost the wand. Oopsies. That's fine, I can just place it by hand. Oops. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Suck. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm on my way, little rat. I gotta put these away. Okay. I don't know why, but my brain was thinking that was offset weird. Sort. I think I need more dark oak. I need more cobblestone. That's what I need. To make 4 more sets of the stones. Tiny. Oh, there you go. Cracked. Excuse me. There you go. I was always in confidence, baby. Crack. And then 2 smooths. Smooth. Cobblestone. Cracked. Tiny. Smooth. Cracked. Cool. I don't know if I put a window there or not, though. I might. Nice. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Let's do this one. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm off by 1. Boop. Bam, 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 ba-down. Bam, ba-down, bam, bam, ba-down. Let's do tiny. Tiny, rounded, cracked. That's not cracked. Okay. You cracked above it then. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. The tiny brick. Let's do cracked and then cobble, cobble, cracked, cracked, tiny, that guy, cobble. God damn it, I don't have enough. No, I'm too short for this wall. God damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 5. Alright, could anybody use a cobblestone? You could. You could, and you could. Okay. Some more cracked ones. Oh, I'm short one. Do the rounded one. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Rounded. This guy. Woohoo! There we go. Basically, almost all our walls are done now. Is that right, Maurice? Maurice, we're getting there, Maurice. Maurice! I still gotta figure out what stone I want to use for the pillars. I think there are like pillar blocks. Cobblestone bricks can be undone. Back into cobblestone. Alright, let's look at this boy in pillar form. There are pillars. Pillar top. Let's look at pillars. I think there's like specifically pillar ones. don't really like any of these. Oh, this hurting. Ooh, this one's nice. Ooh, wait, I like that one. Maybe? That one's simpler. Ooh, what about this one? Ooh, yes, this one. Again and again. I love. Oh, fuck. Ooh, yeah, I like this one. I like that it connects in either direction. Woo! Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Our house is finally coming together, chat. You have to go outside for the rest of the boyos. Home tonight. This guy. I think that's all of them? Ooh, you are incorrect. My chest is hurting. My feet won't go out of bed. Don't know where to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms. Alright, windows. Windows. Again. I love her. Oh fuck, how do you make these? So a glass pane and a window. Where are my furnaces? I think I left my furnaces outside. I did. Oop, okay. Well, furnaces, we're going inside. Put them over here for now. Boop, boop. This guy, and I need sand. I don't think I have sand in the chests. I have a singular block of sand. A bit more sand. Yeah, I don't want to waste. Nowhere to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms. Time to go get some sand. I don't know where I'm gonna get sand. I don't really want to take it from here. Oh, maybe I do. I love her. Oh. Hell yeah. You burp. Oh my god, the server scared me. It said starting server back up and I thought someone joined and I was like, who? Why? Also forgetting that this is a public server somehow. Alright, let's go home. Oh, I love it. It's like in a little hall, like you can like just kind of see the front of it. I like it. I don't like that all the water in my front yard is frozen, but that's okay. Stop. Soon, Maurice, I will be able to set you free. Soon. We just really gotta get, you know, the windows done. Alright. I need sticks. Sticks. Glass. 3, 4. This might have been too many windows. Okay, how do I do this? It is... Okay, so take these guys. Okay, and then to do it with spruce, I need strip spruce. Or am I gonna do it with this one? So 2. Gib. So wait, what is it to do the thing? It's a whole circle. And then I could make 2. Or 8, 16. Okay. My math bad. Yo. Alright, we're gonna place these windows and then we're gonna end stream. So I can eat my dinner. If you haven't had dinner yet, you should get yourself something to eat because it's important for you to eat. Or else your brain can't function and then you'll probably die or something. I don't really know the specifics, but I know death is part of the equation. So probably should get yourself some food as well if you haven't ate yet today. I'm just gonna make it different. I want a different one. I do another one. I think we're gonna go raid Gordy because Gordy's doing stuff. Looks like he's hiding. Oh, boop, boop, boop. And we need the other windows for this side. Oh, this dinner smells good. Oops. I think I'm supposed to do it up one more so they're even. I gotta remind myself. Oh, I think I already have Gordy's stream open. Because I was gonna be like, I need to remind myself to open Gordy's stream before I raid. So I think I already have it open. So I think we Gucci. We're gonna be Gucci, Chad. We're gonna be Gucci. Yeah. Give me the sticks. Over the dark days are gone. Oop, wrong thing. Wrong thing. Oh, I need to make a new one. That's this side. Maybe. Okay. Alright. That was loud. Okay. I'm gonna go check, make sure everything's okay. We're gonna go raid Gordy though. With him and his 115 viewers. With our humble viewers, we shall go raid him. I hope you guys enjoy him playing Repo. And if you can, lurk. Because he's doing a partner push. And that's cool. And we want Gordy to get partner. He's so close. I feel like he's really, really close. So, I mean, perfect packages. These are light and fluffy and just the right amount of chew. Nice. The pancake gods smile upon you on this day. Raid message. Here is a raid message. If you want to let them know who you're from. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a great rest of your days, nights, whatever fucking time it is for you. I love you guys a lot. I wish I had maple syrup would make it perfect. Understandable. You could probably do other things, to be fair. But I hope they still taste good. And I hope you have a great time. And we love you so much.